when you walk to a car lot, that car that's sitting there, most likely the dealership is financing that car. They haven't paid for that car. You're going to buy that car. They're going to pay off the loan, and that's that. But Capital One has shut everybody off with that, so that's a problem.
Well, yesterday the interview I did, that's coming out in a couple days, is showing that the guy that's really inside, Lucky Lopez, says Ally's next. Now, Ally's the largest lender for car loans in the country, but Ally's not going to stop that. He says he believes that they're going to stop their flooring financing as well. So if you have Ally on top of Capital One, what are these, think about this, what are these dealers going to do with all this bloated inventory that they have? Yes, they're selling inventory, but they have all that excess inventory that they bought. Ally's the largest lender for car loans in the country, but Ally's not going to stop that. He says he believes they're going to stop their flooring financing as well. So if you have Ally on top of Capital One, what are these, think about this, what are these dealers going to do with all this bloated inventory?
You guys always come on more quickly than I thought you would. Let me just pour some coffee. Good to see you. Good to see you. Wouldn't want to be you. No, that I'm joking. We have to be thankful, I am, for this beautiful day, and that we have such a good group of people. And I mean it. I'm thankful for that. I'm thankful for it. All right, so I can put this here, and we can get down to it. We can get down to it. How's that song go? Get down to it. Get down to it. I feel like I got dog hair everywhere. All right, Mike K, hello, and hey, how are you? Divine created for him. Hey, how? Ramiro, hello, Maestro. I look a little revived because it's a nice day, and the medicine has kicked in on my my gout, so I feel like I'm getting a little bit better. Hey, Linda, Agent Orange, Lowboy, 1968. Man, you were born in the middle of it. Eddie Eagle, Scott, BBJ. I didn't see how excited Arca was about GTII last night. BBJ, that's interesting. Maybe you can tell us a little bit. I can look it up. Matthew Parker, Marty Party. Yeah, I got some spunk. Jack Wolf. All right, you guys. Sam Haynes, hi. P-Man, hey. CPO Sharky, hi. Mike Rousseau, hi. Paul Vargas. Yeah, more BS with GTII, but I think we're on the verge. It's a sign of weakness on their part. Thanks for being back, Jack. Fritz, you're all ears. I hope they're your big ears. Any update on Logic? I have a little bit. Mike Russo, an email or some way to send me info. All right, let me write you down, Mike Russo. Are you on Twitter? Because I can somehow follow you or friend you or something, and then you can DM me, or maybe you can. Do you know Jenny L? Anyway, Mike, let's solve that problem. Hi, Sergio, Cindy Lou Who. Lucky's doing great. There's no cat. I was thinking, he was going through everything in the kitchen, and it turns out he was licking I can't remember if it was the remains of a large yogurt dish or the TV dinner I had last night. Anyway, the sounds, it was really alarming, but what it was moving all over the floor and up against, back and forth on the refrigerator. Poor guy. So I fed him, and that made him happy. But it wasn't as alarming as I thought it was. But I didn't know if he was caught in something, or I didn't know what the noise was. Okay, BBJ Paul Arca called this dip today to the penny before a big move up, 172, even 202. Yeah, he's good. I like him. Hey, Sam Haynes, thank you. The Mose Kid, afternoon. Mizak, is it good to have all my GTI shares in GTC orders? Yes, sir. You can always change them. And by having good to canceled orders, they can't lend out your stock to the criminals. Ted Williams, hi. Arca was extremely, yeah, I'm excited too. I do need a lint brush. I need something. But you know what? If you see it, you see it. You know. Yeah, maybe an MMTLP update AC. I'll need to check Arca video. He talks about dominoes falling on time frames and excited for a dip to 155, 158, and then a big move up. That's referring to GTII. Mike Russo, I have reported, I'd love to share with you, explains all the ways these criminals. I'd love to get it. Jenny L has my email. I'm trying to think who else you know has my email. I have it. We'll solve it by the end. Oh, you sent me a DM. All right, I'll look. Chris Daniels, SPY should reach its first bottom next week at 393, then short rally, then next bottom or May 19th around 383 on SPY. Robert, thank you. I am doing well. I hope you're well, sir. And BBJ agrees with Chris. Arca very positive about GTII. It's amazing, 22 Daisy. He's really good. He does all this spot such and such and these expanded Fibonacci and these waves and everything. He's really good. Is there any potential for Vocal to go? We'll try. Let's see. So Vocal, MMTLP, LGIQ. Got. All right. So I don't know much about the SPY. Don't know much of. Hey, Heavy Chevy. Chrome roller for lint and dog hair. All right, I'll do that. Let's just. All right, Maddie's the best. Maddie is going to help me set up an email. It's going to be the chairman, the senator, the head poo bob at anyway. Hang on one second. Let me see what he's saying. I don't have to hide it. Hello? Yep. How is Madrid? Awesome. Well, on which one? Let's see. I don't know. I didn't look at the prices, but is GTII down right now? Where is it? 152. Well, apparently, Arca, who's great, terrific, called this to the penny, and he thinks it's just the setup. And he was very bullish and extremely excited. He thinks that I'm getting this from other people telling me. He's excited for a move to 202 next. So, well, I think the company is silent right now, but I haven't heard anything about the Trento mine. That's new, other than what it still may all be on the internet. and I guess the 1-800 law firm would be next week and next month, as soon as next week, and then this dividend should start to bite come this Friday. But yeah, it's uncomfortable, but I think it's all just manipulation. I don't think there's anything wrong. That somebody put out, I think you sent it to me, but somebody put out that they're not going to go through with the SPAC, and I think that's just FUD, that's just manipulation. Well, I remember on one of the calls Brent had with everybody, he said that he'd almost prefer to do something different than the SPAC. I think the shorts are just taking advantage of it to scare people, but GoLogic is down, even though they Logic made a good announcement today. Yeah. I think yeah. I think Wolf is looking good, but I don't own it anymore. And I don't know which other ones. There's so much volume in Vocal the last 2 days that, frankly, I mean, I've got to look at the negatives too. I'm worried that he did a deal with somebody, a criminal somewhere, to try to get 300 or 400 grand in, because that's what the volume adds up to me in terms of monies they would have shorted his stock just to hand his own money to him. But I'm just saying that's purely speculation on my part. I don't have any information. So. No, he's called a few times, but no, he's coming back tomorrow, and he had good meetings, and he's on tenterhooks about that, and he's not calling him back, which I think's right. Just wait till they call him. But that's as of about 3 or 4 hours ago. So. It's an amazing system, isn't it? We'll get there. That's the shorts knowing that they can destroy enthusiasm. I know. Every single one. They got them all down. What time is it there in España? Oh, so you got energy. It's an amazing city. Did you go to the Prada? That's good. I like that. I like that. You go to a bullfight. Ugh. Don't. I'll let you know if there's any thing that breaks, but um, I would expect tomorrow night Ham will have a call and he'll fire everyone up. So. You know, it'll take a while for that to bite. Yeah. Well, it's good. Have fun in Madrid, and it's good to hear you. No, it hasn't really happened, has it? I know. Yeah, I noticed that myself. All right. Thank you. Bye. Ciao. Sorry, guys. That's one of you, and he's in Madrid, and he just wanted an update. He saw the stock prices were down. Okay, so get down on it. All right, you guys are talking about the candles. Yeah, I agree with that, BBJ. Life changing. Hi, Fahad. I hope you get some inspiration, Joe. Hey, Joe. Where are you going with that gun in your hand? I'm going down. Hey, Nora, Moody Waters. Going to shoot my old lady. Caught her messing around with another man. Wouldn't it make more sense to shoot the guy? I like that. A consistent way to make profits on SPY options. Chris, when I get a better system going, we should have you on to explain that to everybody. There you go, Moody Waters. Hey, Sean. Yeah, McDonald's, I read. Who said that again? Let me see. I'm sorry. Gosh. I let it spin. Oh, BBJ. BBJ, I've read that McDonald's is having a hard time making their price increases stick. So you might be onto something. Let's see what everything's trading for. Oh, he already did it. So, Matt, is that live? That works? So, Mike Russo, I think I now have an email. Lucky is my boss at gmail.com. And each word is capitalized at the beginning. Lucky is my boss at gmail.com. I'd give you the password, but then I'd have to shoot you. Lucky is my boss at gmail.com. If you send it there, Matt E. is a good is a good is a good E, as in egg. Good egg. So that's it. I'll use that. Mike Rousseau. Lucky is my boss at Gmail. Lucky being my dog, who's asleep. Wow, Northern Ontario, Robert Armstrong. All right, let me give you the prices, and I want to talk to you about one stock, which you have today, tomorrow, and Friday to think about. Let's go with Vocal. 11 cents, 11.02 to 11.94. Let's look at BBBBBBBBY. It's bing. Crosby, bing. I'm dreaming. It's BBBY is 0.1232. So even though BBBY is down from the other day, it's still true that you could sell BBBBY and buy VOCL almost 1-for-1. There's no reason to be in BBBY, bing, unless you want to commit harikari. I'll skip those stocks. Go Logic is 250, and nothing wrong there. Very low volume, 8.48 thousand shares at 8,480. Logic. The quote's not coming up, sorry. Logic is 44 cents, down 4 cents again. Well, it's a lot of volumes, 268,000. There was a bit of stuff over the Twitter that the SPAC deal wasn't going through, and I've confirmed that it is. I mean, nothing is guaranteed until it happens, but I think it's just the shorts trying to cause FUD in it. I remain convinced, both with Go Logic, that we could have a bit of a squeeze, and by bit, significant, here in the near term, but also Logic over the next weeks could be $2. All right, and then the stock I want to talk to you about, although I might wait to do it until I answer some more questions, is Houston Natural Resources Corp. It's at 26 cents. It's down 10 cents, and the volume is 2.68 million. Incredible. Average volume now, because the last 2 days has been big, is 817,000, but it's a lot of volume. It was as high as 38 cents today and as low as 21 cents. And here it sits at 26 cents. And then GTII, our main man, 154 to 155. It's only 600,000 shares, down 14 cents. Complete manipulation. There's nothing wrong. There's nothing to explain why suddenly people like you would want to get out. It's just all fraud. Ham is going to be back tomorrow, and I think there'll be a call. I wonder if he'd even make a call this evening. I don't know. But I wouldn't want to be short GTII. The Treno mine deal, as I understand it, is very much alive. Doesn't mean it's going to happen, but it's very much alive. All right, let me see what some of your questions are. Hey, Nikunj Harya, good evening from the UK. At the end of the day, it's the end of the day, isn't it? Good, thank you for being here. That's great. Yeah, exactly, BBJ. Just stay away from BBB Bing. Bing. Hey, yo, a very large block of GTII traded, 138,000 shares. Well, my comment would be, I'll try to find it. I probably won't be able to find it. But my observation would be, you don't know it's real shares. It could just be crossing. That's one. Two, it might be the real short trying to get out. These guys are trying to help each of themselves out of this before it goes up, in my judgment. I'll check the time and sales, but it doesn't go back very far, but I'll look right now. The fault is, yes, I agree with Chris Daniel. The fault is criminal. They are criminal. 138, 475. Double voice. Dolce voce. Echo. English Harbor. I hear one voice. Oh. All right, I'll look for that trade. Yeah, Mike M. ARK is good. He predicted, hey, Perry Cooper, thank you very much. Bye-bye, McDonald's. Sounds good here. Do I expect any price movements before the close tomorrow? Yes, I can say there will be price movements. Oh, it's your computer. All right. Our time will come, Lou M. I agree. All right, let me just see if I can find that large trade for you. My guess is I can't, but I will try. Because I just go to the website, and if they've printed a bunch of trades, it'll disappear. Yeah, it's already gone. It's already gone. Since you've been gone, all that's left is a band of gold of the dreams I hold. All right, I'll read. Oh, it's at 1439, and the last price here is 1420. Well, maybe they're just not putting it on here. You know that? They may. I don't see it here. But they may not be reporting it. Eddie Eagle, Ham's having a lot of, this is a 20-minute delay, so maybe it'll still come up. Maybe it'll still show up, so I'll keep looking. There's the people Ham's with, they're buying finger. Well, P-Man, I want to talk about HNRC. Down pretty good. Seeing rumors that the WDHI stock is restricted, but no press release. So let me just check Ham's tweet, and then I'd like to talk about that HNRC, because I think it's a huge opportunity. But there's, all stories come with caveats. You do know what a caveat is. All right, let's see. I got to go to ham. Did you see that Forbes hit piece? I put it up, but they're going to try to manipulate the message, make you all look out to be like your Bernie bros or something. Gamblers. I'm a rambler. I'm a gambler. I'm a long way from home. Okay, the last quote from Ham says, "We all know they have a naked short problem. We say 300 plus million. Let's say it's 50 million only, for fun. Pick a number. Today we traded 300,000. They haven't covered one share." GTII for the 1,000th time. They are forking with people on chart nonsense. Charts mean Zippo. Funny how they always do what someone posts about charts. You are being played means zero. All right, let me look back and see if that trade showed up. I'm now at 1431. You said 1439. So I'll keep checking. This, I think, has a 20-minute delay. Yeah, I think there was supposed to be news today on MMTLP, and it may have to wait till 5 o'clock. But, I'll find out with you. That's right, Chris Daniel. It's the same pattern. The crooks are getting so predictable, it's only making us better traders. Our time is coming. I agree. The hey, too real for you. Yeah, you did. I remember you saying this would be. I want to talk about HNRC, but let's just. So I don't forget, I'm going to wait till I can see the 239 trade so I can take a picture and show you. Mexican silverback, do you think they will use a U3 halt or some other, what kind of fuckery is this? You messed with my slick will jig. You should never have treated me like that. If so, do you have an idea of what scam that could be? I don't think there'll be a U3 halt. I don't think there'll be a U3 halt in GTII if the squeeze starts going. And you're right to put brackets around they, because I'm now at 234, so I'll keep looking. You're right to put brackets around they. Who are they? We don't know, and they're not everybody's in on the rig. You made me miss my slick rig gig. What kind of fuckery is this? She died too young. All right, so now it's almost 14:36, so 3 more minutes it should show up. I didn't see any. I think there'll be news today, but I didn't see any, so. Sorry, we have a lull here because I'm trying to get this trade to show you. Now, they did a trade for all weird prices. knew I'd feel thirsty, so I'm going to have a mandarin orange. I forgot to bring water. I forgot to bring water out. That's all right. I don't need it. Okay, I'm looking. So it's 1437. At 1437, 133 shares traded at 155. So we'll get there shortly. What kind of fuckery is this? I agree with you, Daniel. I think all the pieces are in place for this to be the end. I mean, if it's not, I don't know. This is how it's going to look when it ends. 2 more minutes. You're going to get a new fiddle? I like that. All right, let me see. Still at 237 is what I show. Polymer rainbow colored USN bills that say LBGKTQA plus. I was reading about Budweiser, and the thing I didn't realize, I mean, it's obvious once you think about it, but their earnings and their revenues for the year, it's hard to catch up. If you miss, this is what I didn't think about, if everybody one weekend boycotts Bud Light and the other Budweiser products, it's not like they're going to drink double the next weekend. It's hard to catch up when you're not selling. It's an interesting point, I thought. There it is. There it is. Oop, there it is. In fact, I'll do this. I'll do this. And I'll do... Whoop, there it is. Whoop, there it is. Whoop, there it is. All right, so let me show it to you. See it? Right here. 138,474 at 152. Now, guys, that happened at 239. It was a downtick, and is 138,474. Do you actually think someone who has 138,000 shares for sale is going to throw on 474 in a normal world? 138,000 shares? They probably have 140. Why isn't it 140? No, this is crossing. This is the market makers closing out a short position in one LLC so they can take their ill-gained so-called profits out of that account, and they're stuffing it to a prime broker somewhere. That's amazing. I'm going to put that up on the Twitterati. The Twitterati. You made me miss my Slick Rick gig. What kind of 1384474. I'll put that up and then I'll get back to talking to you. Oh, it's been rallying because maybe they crossed. They got one of the guys out of their short, crossed it. He has his money out, and now the rest can buy and walk away from their trades. Well, too real for you. I don't think Americans are going to go along with the CD. I'll share that report with Ham. I will. Would you believe that Ham doesn't really read reports in great detail? During the day, anyway. He's a trader. What's the headline? What is it? Tell me what it says. Okay, buy, sell. That kind of mentality. And he's good at it. What kind of... I would love to put that song on, but then, all right, so GTII, you're right. It's up. Now it's 158.5. It's all so screwy. Okay, so breaking news on Twitter. A motion to seek MMT blue sheet. There it is. That's the news. That's the news. Whoop. There it is. Whoop. There it is. Whoop. There it is. Whoop. There it is. Ham just put it out. Hold on to your toupees. Do any of you wear a toupee? I can't find it. I guess I'll do dollar MMTLP. Drew Diligence. I'm going to retweet that. Drew Diligence. Drew Diligence. Very excited to report that a petition has been filed in the Supreme Court of New York County, New York, by Basil Esquire on behalf of a client to compel FINRA to produce the MMTLP blue sheets in an effort to ascertain the identities of all 105 broker-dealers involved. It is important to note that this is not a lawsuit. Rather, it is a process to get pre-lawsuit discovery. Very good. The judge has 48 hours to sign off or not sign off. Thank you, Mark and at OTC Lawyers. Whoop, there it is. Pretty exciting. Pretty exciting. Too real for you. I wish I could break all truths of what is really going on. This is everything you guys have been holding for is coming. Think so. Nick Jeff, they said, William with MMTLP. Cindy Lou. Please pull it up if you can by placing a link in your browser. You'd be glad you did. I don't know exactly what that means. Karahito. What will this do, William? Your thoughts? Well, I think, let me read it again. And maybe maybe that's what you mean. I can pull up the filing. Maybe. Let me look. This is wrong. It says a lawsuit has been filed in the Supreme Court of New York seeking MMTLP blue sheets by Mark Bazile. The judge may approve in 48 hours. They would have 2 weeks to provide. What Drew just said, it's not a lawsuit, but it is a procedural filing that has to be responded to. So let me read it again, just in case somebody missed it. This is from Drew Diligence. At Free Commercials. There's another, when you go looking for him, there's another one with a similar name. He's at Free Commercials. Very excited to report that a petition has been filed in the New York Supreme Court, in the Supreme Court of New York County, New York, by at Bazile Esquire on behalf of a client to compel FINRA to produce the MMTLP blue sheets in an effort to ascertain the identities of all 105 broker-dealers involved. It is important to note that this is not a lawsuit. Rather, it is a process to get pre-lawsuit discovery. The judge has 48 hours to sign off or not sign off. Thank you, Mark, and at OTC Lawyers. Pretty cool. Well, they have had months, but now they're, to cook them. I see what you're saying. I don't think they can cook them. They can't cook them. You can't mess with time and sale. All right, Logic, I'll get to. Yes, you can, Santo Castillo. I want to talk about Logic, but since there's only an hour left, let's talk about HNRC. But I'll do both. Hey, Barbara L. All right, M Echo, I tried to DM you on Twitter about eating on camera. Your microphone picks up all the audio of chewing and swallowing. If you need to, please take a moment and eat in private. We'll be here. Okay, M Echo, I apologize for being rude, and I won't do it again. Yeah, BBJ, it's all for pre-lawsuit discovery, but they have 48 hours, which is cool. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, yesterday, I'm sorry, I was really hungry because I hadn't had lunch. Right now, I had the two mandarins so that I can talk. My mouth was dry, but I don't. There's one more. I won't eat it, and I won't do it again. Em. I take your admonition. Joanne Denzer. You're funny, Joanne. Yeah, Santo Castillo. Let's go over HNRC. I think it is straightforward, but M. Casey. It's my channel. I'll cry when I want to. You would cry too if it happened to you. Yeah, that's true, Diego R. I think we're going to be rewarded for GTII very soon. But my legs are better, although I took a walk earlier and it caused a flare up again. But I'm feeling better. Hey, Rodrigo, thank you. La Liga, La Liga, La Liga. A man's. No, birds. Shouldn't we bury him, Josie? Birds gotta eat, same as worms. Birds gotta eat, same as worms. All right, so let's talk about HNRC, and let me. All right, thank you, BB and J. I just want to get this HNRC going, and I already forgot who I'm responding to, so let me check, because I do think it's an actionable idea. There are a couple of things that I think it was Rodrigo, but I'm not sure. Oh, I need somebody to. Oh, it's Santo. What a great name, Santo. Isn't that the name of the son in Godfather? Santo. It's a good name. All right. So HNRC. I'm bringing my Karl Rove chart here, but let me look it up. HNRC. Is trading at 24 cents. HNRC. 24 cents a share right now. 24 cents a share. That's up from a low of around 6, 7, 8 cents a month ago. And just 2 days ago, which makes me mad at myself, Vocal was trading at about 15 or 16, and HNRC was trading at 14 or 15. What a great swap it would have been. Anyway, HNRC was as high as 39 cents today, and yesterday it went well over 40 cents. Okay, so I want to just read the news announcement, Santo Cristo. Here's the news announcement. HNRC dividend review completed. So let me read this. April 25, yesterday morning, Houston Natural Resources announced today that FINRA has completed the review of the company's corporate action to pay a dividend. The corporate action for the spinoff dividend has been published on the FINRA daily list as of April 24. I guess that was Wednesday, with a record date of April 28th, which is Friday, and a payment date of May 26, a month from now, May 26. There's a link to FINRA here. I won't click it. HNRC shareholders of record on April 28, 2023, Friday, will receive 1 share of Worldwide Diversified Holdings, WDHI. Let's write that down because I always get it wrong. WDHI, home of mellow music on WDHI. Will receive 1 share of Worldwide Diversified Holdings, Inc., WDHI, for every 2 shares of HNRC. The trading of WDHI shares will be subject to a registration statement being approved by the SEC. So that is, to me, caveat number 1. Reg statement, SEC. However, I don't think it's a big issue. So the trading for the WDHI shares will be subject to a registration statement being approved by the SEC. It is anticipated that the initial price of WDHI shares will be $3.50 a share, representing a $1.75 per share HNRC dividend. The company previously announced that effective December 16, 2022, that the board had approved the transfer of the non-energy investments of $53,307,324. Don't forget the $4, in exchange for common shares of Worldwide Diversified Holding, Inc. The company received the requisite stockholder approval, granting the board of directors the authority to affect the transfer of the assets and approve the dividend to the shareholders. The transaction is proposed to be a non-taxable spin-off, meeting the business purpose of separating the company's non-energy assets. Okay, so what are the couple of the positives in there? Non-taxable, and the other is $1.75 per share, and the other is a specification of the value of the transferred assets of $53 million. Now, I do caution, it says of the non-energy investments of $53 million. So I'm going to put that under caveat, investments of, because that means that, to me, that means they're doing it, they're valuing it on a cost basis, which may or may not be equivalent to the current market value of those assets. Okay. It goes on to talk about the transfer agent. I'm going to skip that. There's new CUSIP number, new symbol. All right. WDHI has a legacy portfolio in the technology, telecommunications, and software industry. It will focus on additional opportunities in artificial intelligence, and food technologies. So I'm going to put that on artificial intelligence is a positive. I personally think what the food technologies are is just like, and I have a friend working for Amazon high up, just like the Amazon shop up the street. You go in and you put your code or your handprint, you can take food out, and that's all it is. Shareholders owning HNRC shares through a broker or other nominee will have the WDHI dividend shares credited to their account to reflect the dividend and will not be required to take any action in connection with the transaction. Shareholders who hold their shares in book entry or physical certificate shall receive book entry statements of their WDHI shares. The transaction would not have any impact on the voting or other rights of stockholders and will have no impact on the company's business operations or any of its outstanding indebtedness. Let me just read this because some of you might not know. Houston Natural Resources is a diversified energy company with oil and gas investments as well as wastewater treatment facilities. The Half oil field in Crockett County, Texas, has 83 oil wells with an estimated 33 million barrels of oil and water treatment and appraised reserves of 69 million. The company has acquired a 9.9% interest in Cunningham Energy LLC with appraised reserves of $352 million. So they have basically 10% of that. The company will also continue to seek new oil and gas and wastewater acquisitions. Okay, and then they announced on 3/31 that they acquired 40% interest in Rhino Energy, and that I'm not going to go into that, but that's a significant acquisition. I don't want to get all bogged down. So anyway, HNRC is trading for 24 cents. On Friday, if you hold it through the end of Friday, that pen is dead. Who's Zed? Zed's dead, baby. So on Friday, the 28th, at the end of Friday the 28th, you got a dividend of 175. Now it's WDHI shares. It's WDHI shares. I'm going to go with the negatives first. What are the negatives? This is a couple of things. One, they mentioned, I wonder if I have a different color pen for the negatives. I don't have a red pen. I wish I did. But maybe this green pen. Is green a good color for negatives? Let me make sure I can erase it before I ruin my Karl Rove technology. Yeah, it looks like I can erase it. Okay, so one of the negatives I see is it still needs SEC approval for the distribution on March 26th, a registration statement. I do not think that's a huge risk, but you have to say it's there. They could always say no, but I don't see that as a big risk. It's just it's pro forma. The other risk I see is a little bit more maybe prosaic. It's the 25%. It's the 25% dividend rule. The 25% dividend rule. Now let me read that to you. Okay. Here's the rule. With a significant dividend, the price of a stock may fall, well, obviously. If the dividend is 25% or more of the stock value, special rules apply to the determination of the ex-dividend date. In these cases, the ex-dividend date will be deferred until 1 business day after the dividend is paid. So let me just read another. Let me read another. Another entry. This is from dividend.com. Why do special dividends sometimes have an ex-dividend date after payment date? What are special dividends? Special dividends are extraordinary one-time dividends paid by a firm. Under ordinary circumstances, the ex-dividend date is usually set for stocks 2 business days before the record date. Now remember, the record date is Friday. That's what they said in the news I just read to you. So today might be the ex-dividend date. But anyway, the record date is Friday. Under ordinary circumstances, the ex-dividend date is usually set for stocks 2 business days before the record date, the date when you must be on the company's books as a shareholder to receive the dividend. If you purchase a stock on its ex-dividend date or after, you will not receive the next dividend payment. Instead, the seller gets the dividend. The payment date is the date when the dividend is actually paid to investors. Okay. All right, that's not helping me explain it. Okay. There's nothing here helping. Okay, how long do you have to hold a stock? Well, anyway, I want to move on quickly. We can come back to that. When they announced the 25% or more distribution in December, I bought some shares. I didn't sell after the X date or the record date because of this 25% dividend rule. I found it somewhat confusing, but the bottom line of my understanding is if the company is distributing more than 25% of the assets of the company, that record date could be moved. So, and in fact, if you sold before you received the dividend, you might lose it. So my point is, to be really cautious, one might say that you buy this today and you record it because it's today, it's 2 days till Friday, or maybe it's Friday. I'm going to reread the news story to make sure what it said. But you might have to hold it to the 26th. You might have to hold it for a month. That's what I'm saying here. We don't have to figure that out right now, but my point is you may not wish to sell it on Monday. Now that has implications for the stock movement between now and Friday, because if in fact it has to be held until May 26th, the price isn't going to move up until then, although you have to buy it now. Kind of a weird, and I don't have the complete answer. That's why I was Googling it. Anyway, the other caveat I have is that if there's shorts, they're going to carry it over. If there are short positions, they're just going to carry it over into WDHI. Okay, those are my 3 caveats. I don't think they're huge. Let me check how the price is going. So bottom line of those caveats, you may have to buy it today. You still have 40 minutes. I'm going to reread the news. Maybe you have tomorrow and Friday as well. But certainly buying it today, you qualify for the dividend, T+2. In my judgment, it's T+2. Today, the settlement date's Friday. I don't see a big issue with the SEC approving the registration statement. That's rubber stamped. The 25% dividend rule may mean that, I hate that term, in an abundance of caution, you just hold it all the way through till the 26th. We'll always have time to determine that. I can look at that after this discussion. And then the shorts may carry over their shorts in WDHI. I'm not in it for a short squeeze. That's not why I'm doing it. That's not why I'm thinking about it. Okay. Now let me erase all this. Let me look at the price. And let me read the news story again. Record date of May 28th. So the X date would be today. It looks like you got to buy it today, which is odd because the stock is down. The shorts are trying to make you distrust your own eyes. Who are you going to believe? Your own eyes? It's at 26 cents. 25.5, down 10 cents, 2.84 million. So that's another cautionary thing. The shorts are in there doing something. But anyway, I just want to point out, oh, this was a mistake. The green was a mistake. That's all right. I'll get it out of there. Anyway, I just want to point out that on December I think it was the 16th, which was the last record date. There. It was around the 16th. But look what happened to the stock. It ran way up. And that peak was 85 cents or thereabouts, 85 cents. Now, obviously, right after the X date, the stock dropped down. And you had time to get out in that candle here. You had time to get out to offset the 175 dividend. Then the shorts just had a field day. They just destroyed it all the way down to through March, all the way down, I don't know, 7 or 8 cents. And then recently it rallied a bit, pulled back, and then yesterday it had this jump. Now, the thing I want to point out is 85 cents, call it 84 cents it went to last time, and maybe some of you can help me. I don't know if that was the X date or the record date. I think it was the X date, and I think today is the X date. Well, right now, we're at 24 cents. Last time it went to 84 cents, and the dividend wasn't approved. So I was going to say to you before I started this call that I think by Friday it's going to go to 84 cents. As I'm reading this out loud, maybe it's today is the X date. I think that's the trade coming today or over the next couple of days, at least to that level. Now, the shorts are crushing it. Someone said here on the call, and I'll scroll back and read some of your things. Somebody just said it might be restricted shares. I don't think that's terrible. To get restricted shares would mean you can't sell when everyone's dumping it, so you have a valuable asset for the longer run. Is it possible that the restricted shares could cause a short squeeze? I suppose so. Anyway, let me read some of your comments. I wanted to show you one other thing. And I don't know if it's today, Friday, or May 26th. But if you received $1.75 as a cash dividend, what's that worth to you? if you annualized it at 10%, the stock should go to 1750. If you annualized it at a credit card rate of 25%, and the caveat, of course, is the 175 could plummet the first day of trading, but it could go up too. But if you annualize it at 25%, it seems like, if this were a cash dividend, it seems like the stock should trade up to 1750. Now, it's a one-off. I get that. And at 25% on an annualized basis, $7. Here it is at 20 cents. The company is rumored, and I went on websites and all that a few weeks ago, maybe a month ago, to confirm it. The company is rumored that it's going to give out a 30-cent dividend next quarter, cash. What this gentleman is doing, and I put a call into him, I haven't spoken to him, he is essentially sponsoring SPACs and taking advantage of the illiquidity and the need for these smaller companies to go public. It's starting to rain, but we'll just sit here and treat it like an adventure. It's raining, so you might hear some noise, but I can't really do much about the rain, and to go inside would be quite a production. So with your my apologies to you, Em, I'm going to just continue with that rain sound and cover myself a little bit with a somewhat waterproof item. So anyway, those are my thoughts. I bought some today. Not much, but I bought some at 36 cents, and then I averaged down. So let me read what your thoughts are. And I think there were a lot of comments, so I'm going to scroll backwards quite a bit. I will update on Logic. At Lion of all trades, welcome back. I was thinking about you. Lion thing. You're free again. All right, FRC, I didn't see that. I'll look. The shorts have to pay the dividend. But that's one of the caveats I put down, is they'll just carry the short position into Science Rules. GTII needs a catalyst. What do you recommend, Science Rules? What are your thoughts? We've got a lawsuit, which is moving forward like a Mack truck. We've got the FBI going after Kurt Kramer or someone associated with him because they DK'd a trade at a retail branch in California and lost $2.5 to $4 million. We've got a special dividend the company issued, a restricted shares, which had the record date last Friday and is effective. You get this Friday. The company has indicated that they're going to distribute to you blockchain percentages of the West Christian lawsuit as a digital something or other on Upstream. We have Alpine drowning in the deep end of the pool and stating that the problem, it's in court records, that the problem is a naked short position in GTII. It's out of our hands, but it's there. We have 1-800 law firm, which is being audited as we speak, third party. They extended it to the end of May. May is nearly upon us to conclude that transaction. Remember, that deal was signed, sealed, and delivered with the only item needing to be checked off as a physical, a third-party audit. We have rumors on the internet, the Twitters, that GTII is going to buy the OG collection from Vocal, and while it's hard to come across why that would immediately help, it is an existing company with revenues, with personnel, and a valuable asset. So that's a big deal. It helps cement to the shorts that they can't drive GTII down to zero. They're working on that now. There's talk about uplisting GTII, and I don't know how far along those talks are, but the I don't know if I don't know if I get my arm through there, but it looks kind of silly. Sorry. Anyway, those are happening. We have the big kahuna, which is on the internets as well, that the Trento mine deal is possibly coming to fruition. And that would add billions of dollars to the asset values that shareholders have. So I'm open to any other suggestions you have for a catalyst. I really am. Well, I know they're still shorting. They're still shorting because that's all they have ever done, and it's always worked. But you're absolutely right. They still sell shares that don't exist. But that's one other thing, a catalyst. There's a 19 million shares out of Switzerland that are counterfeit that they called through a Utah telephone number to the company to offer the company money to buy 19 million shares, newly issued shares from the company. You know, a fundraising. The company said no. They've called twice. But that group may be, I gotta move my legs. Oh. That group may be the last manipulator left in GTII stock. Hang on, everybody. Hang on. right, so I thought that might be some news. That was one of your good guys fighting. GTII now is 161 to 162. It's only down 7 cents. And I just want to see what's happening to HNRC since I was talking about it. Well, it's 26 to 26.45. So either I'm completely wrong in my analysis, or you have until Friday, or maybe it runs, maybe it's a month from now when it runs. Everything I see, this thing should trade up. It should be over $1 anyway. Should be at 85 cents. Anyway, let's get off of that. And let me see what some of the things you're talking about here, so I can catch up with my audience. I know I turned it off because the conversation. Hey, German assassin. Ham isn't talking today, but I think tomorrow you'll get an earful. What chart do you want to see? Shiba. That's it, Mark Maddox. The FBI is investing PacWest. Not the PacWest, but the person that... Yes, Mark Basil filed for the blue sheets. It's amazing. Yeah, I did mute my call because it was private. Hey, Abdul. I think a good catalyst will be that squeezes the... I agree, the FBI. Lion of all trades. La Lige. Yeah, I like rainy days. I love my rainy days. Now there's blue skies coming in, so it's over with. It sounds... I found it therapeutic, except for my odd accoutrement, but it kept me dry. On leisure. So I have to dress on my own time. Imagine what a woman who bathes, I know it's amazing, but they're going to get caught out. There's more news coming. There's more hooks being set in GTII. Sorry, Basamo, I think they're going to be delivered Friday. I think they should be in your account on Friday. The old cowboy still thinks that's funny. Partial space factory. What solar wind particles affected by magnetism harmonics? Well, apparently there is a sun, what do you call it, burst or whatever, headed our way. Wow, more big trades? Well, I ate with the sound off. I'm sorry, and I left the rest here now that the sound is on. That just helps me keep my throat moist so I can talk. No, I don't think it'll trigger anything, and I bet the judge denies it. Go Logic, still haven't received my share. That confuses me. I'm not sure that you would. Okay, here. I love you, P-Man. Thank you. HNRC, completed spinoff and dividend. Anyone with a purchase date on or before Friday, April 28th will receive one WDHI at $3.50 per share for every two. Okay, so thank you very much, P-Man. That means over the next 2 days, I think the stock at a minimum will rally to that 80 cent level, which it achieved last time in December. The big difference is that FINRA's already approved it. Now, in December, they didn't know. All right, logic, I'll get to logic. Yeah, let me see if there's a big trade on that site. I don't see a big trade. What I'm seeing here is 339, so I can keep checking it. No, I really don't. I mean, I'm hopeful that it'll trigger something, but I don't think it'll trigger anything. My opinion is the judge is going to say no. But what's my opinion worth? Not very much. That's rock candy. It's for looking, not for eating. I come from the civilized tribe, so people can sneak up on me. Let me just see. I don't see a big trade yet. It's raining a little bit. Oh, Arthur.
Thompson?
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm gonna do?
No, I don't.
I'm gonna take a bath.
I'll alert the media.
I'll alert the media. It's what I live for.
You want to run my bath for me?
It's what I live for. All right, let me see. I don't see a big trade yet showing up in GTII. Raymundo, I want GTI to run, but I'm not having high hopes for this to run this week or next. People will get furious and drag others down. The DAP bashers will be out in full. Well, Raymundo, that's true. Hey, Gary Vol, exactly. That's true unless all of a sudden it becomes a lithium mine. But well, you're right. I mean, you have a lot of... Well, I don't know. That's my opinion. I think the judge will be prevailed upon by Goldman Sachs to say no. Just my opinion. Just my opinion. I can't find this quote for you. Oh, Hobson. Anyway, I can't find it, so I won't bore you. Yeah, I want it to run. I don't think it's going to run... I don't think it's going to run tonight, but it could happen in the morning. I'll have to find that for you. Hobson. All right, so this is getting you all are bored, but let me see where the stock's traded. I thank you, P-Man, because that means tomorrow and Friday are still days for HNRC to be purchased. And for the life of me, I can't see why someone wouldn't buy the stock, even if you think a $1.75 valuation is too high. Call it 75 cents. It's more than the 24 cents it's trading for. Let me see where it closed. No, I don't think... well, Nick... HC, well, if the 1-800 law firm deal doesn't go through, I'll be super concerned. Well, I think a lot of people would share your concern. It may be a moot point by the time we get there, but I think it's going to happen. Oh, it's not too late, Lou Bones. It's not too late. You're not too late to desecrate. The servants are just rising. I personally, Nick, do not think that MMTLP is going to trade. But I heard some pretty firm indications over the last few days that maybe that's exactly what's going to happen. Yeah, Lou Bones. I think the Forbes hit piece, I don't know. There's no reason to follow me very closely, but I've warned several times on videos and on live that they, being the bad guys, are going to try to manage the message and start telling everyone that you are the bad guys. Me too. And the fact is you did nothing wrong, but it's all of a piece. The Forbes hit piece is all of a piece. It's the same tired game plan. I don't think it's going to work this time. So Lou Bones, correct me if I'm wrong. P-Man just it's not so much that he corrected me. He clarified. I was worried that because the date is February 28th, that maybe you had to buy it today. You just said, thank you, Jason. I used to know the words to more songs and more skits and more comedy jokes, but now you're left with just a man. He's just a man, and I've had so many. Is Chile, crazy world, is Chile nationalizing its mining going to affect GTII deal? Well, I hadn't heard that Chile's nationalizing its mining, number one. And since, as far as I know, there's been no nationalization of Chilean mines, I'll just go with the data I have, which is that that mine will be in production by the end of the year. Chile's one of the most conservative of Latin American, South American countries. So Joe Mama. I remember, Sherry, the laugh in, just in reference. I never really watched the show. I was young, I was overseas, but I remember, I think Richard Nixon came on and said, "Sock it to me," or something like that. All right, Mark Maddox. That's a good point. We can read it from FINRA. Mark Maddox is pretty sharp. Mark Maddox is pretty sharp. Now all of a sudden it's pretty chilly out here. Well, unfortunately, Mark Maddox, I can't find it. Unfortunately. Let me go to... All right, we'll go to the daily list. But I don't know how to go backwards. Ah, I do know. We'll go to the 24th. And we'll go down. 24th. Oh. Do you ever feel like you're a pair of brown shoes in a sea full of tuxedos? I'm looking. All right, HNRC. Let's open the file. All right, here it is. Daily list, HNRC. I'm going to take a picture of that so I don't have to look it up again. Date, time, 4/24/2023, 15/31/20. Event type, spinoff. Symbol, HNRC. Houston Natural Resources. Comments. Shareholders of HNRC will receive one restricted and unregistered share of worldwide diversified holdings for every 2 shares held of Houston Natural Resources Corp. Will not be quoted X. So it won't be quoted X dividend. So, Mark Maddox, what does that mean in your opinion? If it's not quoted X dividend, that means you can buy it up till Friday. It's not quoted X dividend. Okay, offering type, no restrictions. Dividend type, spinoff. Record date, 4/28/2/23. And the payment date is 5/26/2023. Shareholders shall receive one unrestricted. Will not be quoted X. I have to admit, a slight bit of confusion as to what that means. Yeah, T+2. I think maybe you had to buy it today. But it says it won't be quoted X. Shareholders Record date 4/28. So to me, that means you have to own it on 4/28. That means you had to have bought it today, which is really weird. Why it wouldn't be higher in price. Oh, Goldie Hawn. Hi, Jenny. It's suddenly getting rather nippy. It's getting really rather nippy. Jenny, I hope everything goes well tomorrow. I'm sure it will. I like Lily Tomlin in the movie All of Me. Why not take all of me? Can't you see I'm no good without you? You took the part that once was my heart, so why not take all of me? Diddy, 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 diddy. Your goodbye left me with eyes that cry, and I know that I will be no good without you. Take my arms, I'll never use them. Take my lips, I'll never use them. The president of Chile he said last week, Chile claims it is not nationalizing its mines, but the government is taking a huge ownership. Well, crazy world, okay, you're making a good point. But, for example, I'm not from Canada, but the Queen takes a big chunk of everything up there in the government. So the government always takes their bit. All right, Jenny L., thank you. How do I turn my screen black and white? I don't know how to do it. Oh, down here? Down here? Is that black and white enough for you? I did that for you, Jason. I don't know what it really does to enhance anything. Okay, so True Blue. HNRC shareholders, thank you, True Blue. HNRC shareholders of record on April 28 will receive one. Okay, so record is Friday. Today was the last day to buy it. 26 cents. T plus 2 is Friday, the 28th, right? T plus 2 is Friday the 28th. So for those of you, there are those of you who poo-poo Australian table wines. So for those of you who bought it today at 26 cents or 36, you're going to get $1.75 dividend. You earn it Friday. What are the risks, I guess, are the risks are the 25% dividend rule. which means you might have to hold it until May 26th. You might have to hold it till May 26th. It's not that bad for $1.75, is it? But you may not. That, to me, that's an open question. The other risk is the short position carries over into WDHI. But I'm not suggesting this as a short squeeze. I don't know what the risk is here. So, I don't know, on the face of it, even if you allow for 30 days, $1.75 divided by 0.26, it's like almost a 700%, let's call it 600% dividend. There's something missing here, because last time this price went to 84 cents. But today it just stayed at 26 cents. There's something screwy. I suppose one thing could be that the $1.75 could be based on the purchase price of all those companies they're distributing assets. And maybe someone figures it's only worth 26 cents. It's really... yeah, this is what I'd look like in black and white. Dan, I think the reason they haven't put out a PR on the dividend, I mean, they did announce it, but they haven't put out... Let's go read it, Dan. Let's go read it. Let's see what it said. Just because I don't remember what it said. View all news. Okay. Okay, so on March 29th, Dan, they said they put out a press release. So that's, a month ago almost. Announced today that it has been further contact with FINRA regarding its corporate action request to issue a dividend to its shareholders in the form of one restricted share for every 10 shares held, as of record date of April 15, which was last Saturday, therefore Friday. Since its board approved it, they asked for some additional clarification, which they supplied, but FINRA approved it now. So they did put out that news report, but I don't know why, Dan, they haven't put out maybe an explanation. I would guess it's just they're busy working on these other deals and these other items. And it also could be they don't intend to. Maybe they're just going to let that dividend as a restricted share just percolate through the system and see what happens. Matt, I don't think it's going to go up right away. I think the pressure will start immediately, but just, I mean, if you grant me my estimate of let's call it 350 million shares counterfeit out in the system, that means at the DTC there's going to be well, actually, it has no relevance to that. There's going to be the demand for 3.5 million restricted shares as a dividend because of that 350 million counterfeiting schemer. Well, the other real shares that are at the DTC will earn real restricted shares. And then the problem, I'm going to change, this is disturbing to me. I'm going to go back to black. I'm going to go back to black. There, I like that better. It's normal. So the brokerage firms are going to get real shares relative to the real shares they have at the DTCC. But somehow they're going to have to sprinkle those real shares out over the counterfeit shares too, because you're on the other side of those. What I think is going to happen, where it's going to catch up, is as they reconcile those with the transfer agent. But I'm not hopeful, Matt, that's going to start any kind of squeeze immediately. But it could be remember Fidelity was paying 1,000% when the special dividend warrants were taking a bite. But as I always point out, we all decided to sell and go into COSM. I don't know why they haven't put out that PR. I know, BBG. I used to have a black and white TV. You get used to it. Oh, only when I'm singing an oldie. Only the old, only the lonely. Screen door slams. Mary's dress waves. Like a vision she dances across the porch as the radio plays. Hey, it's you, and I want you only. No, as the radio plays, Roy Orbison singing For the Lonely. Hey, it's you, and I want you only. Come turn me on tonight. Now I'm getting lost in it. Hey, Mary, you know what I came for. The front door is open, but the ride ain't free. Something, something, and something, but we're pulling out of here to win. Anyway, I don't know. I'm really perplexed on this HNRC. What do you mean, Dan? You never saw a news story on the dividends for GTII? Well, let me check. That's not a prerequisite. Yahoo isn't, it's not a what do you ever call it, a place of record. But let's check. That was a crow. Okay, so this is Yahoo Finance. Yep. Global Tech Industries updates shareholders on contact with FINRA regarding dividend request. Regarding its corporate action request to issue a dividend to shareholders in the form of one restricted share for every 10 shares held as of the record date of April 15, 2023. I don't know. That's on Yahoo. It is true the company hasn't issued yet another release clarifying that, but you know, the company has to be careful to not overly promote its news releases. The FINRA will go after a company for promoting its stock if you put the same release out twice. They don't go after short sellers, but they do that. So I think that was sufficient. That was sufficient notification of the dividend, I think. But guys, I just don't understand why people didn't buy HNRC today. Could the shorts have a strategy? $0.26, $1.75. 26 cents and $1.75. All right, you don't believe that number. What do you want to do? Destroy it? Say the stock sells off and it's only worth 75 cents. I don't know. Say the dividend's only worth 75 cents. It's still, you're paying 26 cents. Destroy it further. Say it's only worth 26 cents. Say it's only worth 26 cents. How much would you pay to get 26 cents as a dividend? 26 cents? You need 100% rate of return to entice you to get a dividend of 26 cents? I don't know what's going on. True Blue. Hey, KYP. PYT. Or you did buy some, Jack? I bought some today. Unfortunately, I paid 36. But, hey, you live life, you take your chances. But you think, True Blue, they have until Friday to buy? So you're saying that the record date is based on trade date, not settlement date. That's entirely possible. Entirely possible. It's entirely possible that both the record date, effective date, whatever you call it, and trade date are the same. It's possible. Mike Whitaker, excited to report that a petition has been filed in the Supreme Court of New York by Mark Basile to compel FINRA to produce the MMTLP blue sheets to ascertain the identities of all 105 broker-dealers. Yeah, we talked about that, but that's great. Congratulations to... They have until Friday to own HNRC. So that goes back to my question. Even if you don't, I mean, remember, this is AI, this is technology, this is telecom technology. But what would you pay for a one-time dividend of $1.75? What would you pay? I mean, I'm asking, what would you pay? Would you pay 20 cents? 26 cents? Would you pay $1 to get $1.75 back? Would you pay $1.75 to get $1.75 and keep the original company, which may have a 30-cent dividend coming next month? Would you only pay 26 cents? I don't know. We'll find out. Last time the stock in December, it went to 84 cents just before the record date. And it closed today at 26 cents. So last time, without FINRA's approval, it spiked to 84 cents to get this dividend, and it hadn't been approved. But now FINRA's approved it. So you think that 26 cents maybe could go to 76 cents by Friday? Maybe. I mean, it did it last time without the certainty of FINRA approval. So could it go at least to 75, 76 cents by Friday? Or since FINRA's approved it, does it go higher? I just don't know. I really don't know what to make of it. The other thing is, if the company, you can find it on the internet. The company either has said or is rumored, but it's a pretty widespread knowledge that the company's going to pay 30 cents in the second quarter. I guess that should be Q2. The company's going to pay 30 cents cash in Q2. And if you want to extrapolate it a little bit and say that the company's going to continue to pay, I guess that's a lot of assumption. But if you just take as a given, and I don't know, that the company's going to pay 30 cents a quarter from here on out, which I think is a little bit of a risky assumption, but it seems to be their modus operandi to distribute dividends. That would be $1.20 a year. I tell you what, let's just treat it that every year they're going to distribute 30 cents. That's it. Every year, the whole year, it's just going to be 30 cents. What do you pay to get every year 30 cents as a cash dividend? Because they've committed themselves to that. 30 cents, maybe you don't want to pay up for 10%, but maybe you say to yourself, I'm really willing to pay up to 15%. So that's a $2 stock at a 15% annual yield. If you just assume they're going to always pay 30 cents a year, he's committed to paying. He does deals. He does a lot of these SPAC sponsorships. He always is apparently distributing. And he's rumored to give just 30 cents next quarter. If you just assume it's going to be every year, you want a 15% yield, that's a $2 stock. And it's trading at 20 cents. I don't know, guys. I'm missing something. I am missing something. Darren, great. Darren Collins, you got in at 21 cents. I'm Yellows. Have you ever noticed, are any of you guys Spanish speakers? I have a really dear friend. She is Spanish. So when somebody goes to jail, she calls it Yale. They went to Yale. But if someone wears a yellow sweater, she calls it Jello. Their sweater was Jello. And I said, Isabel, you say Yale and you say Jello. Can't you just move this one up here and this one down here? Of course, she can speak Spanish, English, German. She's studying Chinese and Italian, and I'm not judging her, but it's just funny little quirk. But I think that's great, Darren. I'll tell you what I paid. Kind of embarrassed. Tell you what I paid, and I am embarrassed by it, because you think I know what I'm talking about. Turns out I ain't so smart. I did buy a little bit at $21.55, but I paid $23, $24, $22.45, $27.95, and $27.85. What do you want for nothing? Rubber biscuits? I know, Jason, my money's all... Yeah, man, yeah, I like that, Moody. Wearing mellow yellow. Mellow... I can't make it work. Hey, Ramboy V. Okay, who is this? Orchid Lover. Seems you're pumping something. Tired of chasing in too many from following YouTubers by my own fault, of course. Seems you're pumping something. Tired of chasing in too many from following YouTubers. I don't know, Orchid Lover. I'm not pumping. I'm not pumping at Orchid at all. And if you feel like it's pumping, don't buy it. It's just what Orchid. What I'm wondering is really as basic as this. You've got a financial guy using his oil and gas company to sponsor SPACs of other oil and gas companies. And as you probably understand more than anyone, when you sponsor a SPAC, you receive... Excuse me. Sorry for the echo. You receive 5, 10, 15% of that for your company. So he's done a series of these deals, and they're listed in the releases. But the stock is HNRC, and I'm not pumping it, Orchid. Do not buy it. Don't buy it. But in December, the stock was around, I don't remember exactly, around 35 cents, and it ran up to 84 cents because of an announced $1.75 dividend that whose record date, or that the record date transpired. So the stock went from like 35 cents up to 84 cents on a $1.75 dividend. Now the problem is it's a stock dividend. It's not cash. But it's in an interesting field. So then FINRA took its sweet time. It hurt everyone in MMTLP. I think people lost trust in FINRA. So the stock over the next, from the end of December to January, February, March, the stock went all the way down to, I think, 7 cents, thereabouts. All the way down. So that's one fact. Then, recently, it traded up to 20 cents, came back down to 13 cents, and then, day before yesterday, FINRA approved the dividend. Last time, FINRA hadn't approved the dividend. It was pending FINRA's approval. FINRA now has approved it. So yesterday, the stock went to something like, I don't remember, 46 cents. It went all the way to 46 cents. And today, it opened at 36. And then it closed at 26 cents today. 26 cents. Yet, FINRA has approved this. Record date is April 28. Record date. April 28. It's been approved. $1.75. It's a stock. It's going to be a publicly traded stock, WDHI. It's likely to be restricted shares. So that means you have to put some sort of present value on this. You have to risk this number. But this, a stock can go up and it can go down. It doesn't just have to go down. But the fact that it's restricted shares, probably there won't be selling pressure initially on this Orchid. So Orchid, it's not so much that I'm pumping. I really don't care. I think GTII is a better play than this. I think GTII, when it goes, is going to change people's lives. But in the meantime, it really boils down to that. Orchid, it just boils down to that. I'm not pumping. The stock closes at 26. Friday, people qualify for $1.75 in a distribution as a publicly traded company. Yes, it may be restricted, and yes, you may have to wait till May 26th. Not only you do have to wait till May 26th to receive this, but you might, and I've got to check with someone that knows the back office rules. You may not be able to sell this stock until May 26th. It's possible. But why? Why? That's all I'm asking, Orchid. It's not a pump. Maybe you know why. Maybe you know why $1.75 is only worth 26 cents. Maybe you know the answer. I don't. I don't know the answer. My opinion, and I agree with you, Orchid. Who cares what your opinion is? I know you're going to say that. But at a 10% discount rate to that, you could argue the stock should trade for that. You could argue that. 10%. You want 10% on your money. Could trade at 17.50 by Friday. Obviously, it's not going to do that. But I think somewhere between the obvious idiot extreme that I just put here of 17.50 and 26 cents, it seems like it should trade somewhere in between here by Friday. So, Orchid, it's not a pump. In fact, if you're tired of all these stocks, you can get mad at people discussing the stocks. You might decide to get mad at the shorts. Or you might say, you know what, I'm tired of fighting the shorts. I just want out. And then maybe you decide to just go buy Apple. Apple never goes down. Disney never goes down. Netflix never goes down. Amazon never goes down. Alphabet never goes down. Meta never goes down. I mean, these are the places you can go invest safely. Obviously, I'm being sarcastic. So anyway, Orchid, don't buy HNRC. Don't buy it. Obviously, I'm missing something. Because otherwise the stock would be up, wouldn't it? If I knew what I was talking about. So anyway. Well, actually, BBJ, you're correct, except the 2-for-1, you have to have 2 shares of HNRC. You get 1 share of whatever that symbol is, WHDI. But WHDI is going to trade at $3.50, $3.50 as the opening target. You know, and I assume they're working with a underpaid wanker to make sure that happens. It used to be when you had an offering, the market makers had a responsibility, and the investment banks had a responsibility for a period of time, a week, 2 weeks, a month, to maintain an orderly market. That doesn't exist anymore. But it's the 1 share, the 1 share of WHDI is $3.50. So when you have to use 2 shares of HNRC to get 1 share of WHDI. So that's where the 175 comes from. So it's already kind of adjusted from that. But I'm just, as they say in the UK, I'm gobsmacked. Now, it's not your bad, it's confusing. And what's doubly confusing, you know, if the stock were trading at $1 or $1.50, you know, I think we could have a sane debate. Should it go to 3? Should it go to 1? But at 26 cents, I feel like I'm missing something. I'm on my A game. I don't know. I feel like I'm on my. Hear the birds? That's nice. I feel like I just can't suss this one out. To me, Up here tells me 26 cents, $1.75. Hell yeah. What's the worst that can happen? Again, Orchid, I'm not pumping. So, I'm not pumping. But HNRC, I think about a month ago, traded for 7 cents. Traded for 7 cents. And the dividend looked in doubt. Everyone was thinking, oh, FINRA's fraud, all that. Well, now HNRC is trading at, let's call it, it's trading at 26, but let's call it 27 cents. So to me, doom and gloom just a month ago, your risk is down to 7 cents. So you're risking 20 cents, it seems to me, if the stock goes back to doom and gloom. But in the meantime, they've acquired 40% of this Canadian-Australian team, and there's rumors of a 30-cent cash distribution next quarter, and they've made it clear this is their modus operandi. But anyway, let's just say it goes back to doom and gloom, and it goes back to about 7 cents. You pay 27 cents right now, so you're risking 20 cents. The dividend is $1.75. So you're risking 20 cents. You're getting a dividend of $1.75. So basically, if you say the stock's going to immediately go back to 7 cents, you're only getting $1.55 out of the gate in your dividend. So you're risking 20 cents loss, which if you want to be doom and gloom, is going to happen. So you're risking going from 27 cents to 7 cents as soon as the dividend's paid, but you're still left with a net $1.55 net out of the gate. But Orchid is right. It seems like I'm pumping something, and I'm too tired to invest in another stock. So I get that. But if you have a net $1.55 coming as a stock divvy in a NewCo, WHDI, and I think it's going to be restricted. So you have $1.55 in a restricted stock divvy net in WHDI, adjusting for the 20 cent. We're just going to bake in that the stock's going to go to 7 cents after this. So the cons. Let's not pump. Let's look at all the negatives. What are the negatives? Well, time value of money. You might have to wait 6 months to sell this stock to get your 155 if it's restricted shares. Therefore, one of the cons is the time value of money. Well, you paid 27 cents, you get out at 7 cents, so you've lost 20 cents, and the value here is $1.55 net, because remember it's really $1.75. So you have 6 months to try to get really $1.75, but here's the net amount, $1.55. You got to wait that long. So what's the present value of that money? Do you present value it at 7%, 10%, 20%? I don't know. That's a con. That's a con. The other con is the shorts. Any short position in HNRC is gonna carry over here. I'm not sure what the relevance of that, but it's a fact it'll happen because I'm not playing it for a short squeeze. The other con, Orchid, is you need SEC approval. On their S3, their registration statement. That's a con. Why? Because maybe they say no, but the odds of them saying no are very low. FINRA is the approval process. The SEC just is checking to make sure the documents are A-OK. The only other thing I can think is a con is it takes until May 26th to receive your distribution of WHDI. So I've netted it out at 155 to make it a profitable trade. I don't know. You need to get to double your money. Well, to get back your 20-cent loss, which I've already taken out from 175 down to 155. But to get out let's say you paid 27 cents, sold it at 7 cents. You want to net out of this 40 cents to double your money, double your loss. 40 cents. What if that trades at $1? I don't know. It's not I'm not pumping another thing, Orchid. Please don't invest in this. Please do not invest in this. But, Orchid, I think. All right, what are the neutrals? I don't know how to spell neutral. So if I get it right, great. The neutrals, I think the neutral is WHDI. What the heck is it? Is it worth $53 million as the press release says? Or is it worth $75 million? Or is it worth $20 million? What is it? We don't know. And I only think once it starts trading will we know. All right, what are the positives? The pros? The one pro is you still have HNRC and WHDI. That's one pro. Secondly, you're going to get dividends. You're going to get dividends ongoing in HNRC. That's his business model. WHDI is artificial intelligence. It's telecom. And it's food distribution. This food with artificial intelligence is the rage. Amazon does it they're now doing it at colleges and schools to test run it to roll it out in all supermarkets around the world. It's also in fast foods. So there's some pros in the story from WHDI, but is it just a buzzword? I don't know. He sounds like he's climbing the... Anyway, the other pro to me is you risk 20 cents let's say you lose 20 cents, and you have the potential to gain $1.55 plus or minus. You lose 20 cents, you have the gain of $1.55 plus or minus. This all here could be worth $3 a share instead of $1.75 a share. Could be worth $5 a share. So anyway, I don't know what else to say about it. HNRC is in the oil and gas business, which I think I'm positive on, but you can be negative on. I'm not pumping oil and gas, but you might not be either. There may be a time when gasoline is $25 a gallon and you stop pumping it because you can't afford it, or it's missing. So I don't know, Orchid. I catch your point, and I appreciate your negativity regarding so-called pumping other stories, but unless I'm missing something, there's free dollars lying on the table there in HNRC. It's a dividend play, and it might be really exciting. But you can Google, you can go on Reddit, you can go even on YouTube. You can read the corporate filings, you can read the news stories. The CEO Frank Caston did a presentation at the Emerging Growth Conference. You can listen to that. So there's a lot of due diligence you can do tonight on it to make up your own mind. But with all respect to you, Orchid, and I hear you, who needs to hear another story? I go on the space calls and there's another stock and another stock and another stock and an IPO and another CEO that's fighting the fight and another lawyer fighting the fight and another IR person, another banker. It all blends together like a kaleidoscope. I get that. But having said that, Orchid, one of my bailiwicks, if I have one, is oil and gas. And I just don't get why there seems to be such a huge disparity between HNRC's share price and the announced value of the newly publicly traded company. It can only be that the company's lying. Shorts are just crushing it to take the heart out of the trade. Shorts believe the company's going to come to them for capital so they can escape the disaster trade they're in, just like you've seen in other things. I don't think that the CEO is going to do that. It could be that telecom, AI technology, food service is going to be out of favor next week. Could be that. It could be the $53 million valuation they've given it is the cost basis valuation, and maybe that included goodwill. Maybe it included divisions that are worthless now. And so maybe that $53 million is not worth that much right now. But on the other hand, you have to acknowledge maybe these projects have grown in value. We don't know. I can't think of another problem. Maybe they're paying the $1.75. Maybe that company's going to list on the there's no worse stock market in the world than the United States over-the-counter market. I can't even ridicule another stock market in the world. The worst stock market in the world is the United States over-the-counter market. Sad to say. Anyway, so Orchid. I'll stop talking about it. And I'm sorry to bore you with it. You don't have to buy it. I'm not telling you to buy it. I'm speaking out loud a little bit about it. I bought a little bit for myself in 3 or 4 steps today. And I guess I'm just working it through in my head by talking it out loud. But Orchid, I don't care if you buy it. And certainly if you go in with a negative feeling, you shouldn't buy it. You should not buy it. So let's talk about other things. B. Boyack, I didn't cover that, and I called into the CEO, but I'll show you where it comes from. My dog's doing something in there, but today I'm going to ignore it. I'm just glad he's busy. I think he's eating various containers of yogurt and whatever. Okay, so B. Boyack, this is where I got it. The company, this was put out yesterday. The company has previously announced that effective December 16th, the BOD has approved the transfer of the non-energy investments of $53 million plus in exchange for common shares of Worldwide Diversified Holdings, WDHI. So, reading that carefully, it says, has approved the transfer of the non-energy investments of $53 million into WHDI, and that's what's being spin off. Well, an investment implies to me they're doing their valuation on a cost basis rather than some sort of third party market valuation. And the only thing which would give you a number is when the stock starts trading. You just brought up a good point, because let's see how many shares are outstanding. 68 million shares are outstanding according to E-Trade. I've been corrected before kindly by some of you guys that other sites have better numbers, but just out of laziness, I'm going to use 68 million. So it's a 2-for-1 distribution. For every 2 shares of GTII, of HNRC, you're going to get 1 share of WHDI. So 68 million divided by 2. This is going into my non-bailiwick arithmetic. Divided by 2 gives 34 million. So then you divide 53 million divided by 34 million. I don't know. I'm not going to come up with that number. I only get $1.50. Well, that's close enough. I get $1.55. I don't know. I've done my arithmetic wrong somewhere. Well, Casey, all I know is MMTLP, the law firm of Mark Belial. I think I'm not sure I'm pronouncing. I apologize. I'm not. But anyway, Mark Belial's law firm I think they filed a procedural demand for the blue sheets. I think that's what it is. I don't know, B-boy. I can't figure it out. There's some piece of this that's missing. Maybe, and I'm not going to bore you, but I'll go tonight. I'll look on Egder. Hey, you know what I might do? I might find if there's a recent there's a research service, news service that follows small stocks. I mean, here's Seeking Alpha, which isn't always necessarily reliable, but it's good most of the time. SPAC HNRA agrees to acquire oil and gas Pogo Resources. Let me make sure that's the same company, though. It came up in this. Oh, yeah. It's sponsored by. See in there? It's sponsored by Houston Natural Resources Co., which went public in February, raising $86 million. I'm not going to bore you by reading this out in front of you. That's on Seeking Alpha. I just want to see if there's a. This is from December 9th of 2022. What's the market's view on Houston's ordinary shares? That's crap. It's crap. Forget that. That's crap. I don't know. Well, let's just leave it there for now. I feel like I've talked too much on it. It's probably bored everybody. But I don't know how they come to the $3.50 valuation. I'm not sure the $53 million acquisition cost. I made a presumption there. I'm not sure the $53 million investment cost is how they're coming up with the $3.50 valuation. There's some missing metrics there, so it's a puzzle missing some pieces. Well, Ham didn't really so much tell me there would be news, but I think he'll be fired up. There's a lot going on MMTLP. Some of the things he's expressed to me are not only are they not public knowledge, they're kernels of ideas at this point. So the biggest thing that's going to change GTII, in my judgment, quickly is the announcement, which cannot be promised, that the Trino mine deal is finished. That, to me, is just dramatically exciting. Every indication is that deal is alive and may have been completed. I get that off the Twitters. But if it completes, you're talking about overnight having a $4, $5, $10, $20, $25 per share value in the stock. What do the shorts do then? What's your missing piece? The original dividend was 1 for 1, $1.75. Now it's 2 for 1, $3 or $3.50. That could be. That could be. Moody Waters, try going to StockTwits Torch. First post. Great. Oh, that's not for me. She's not for you. She's not for you. She's told you. She's found heaven in your eyes. But I must tell you that she lies. I know, David Hensley, no one trusts the system. I don't either. I know, sorry about that, CPO Sharkley. You're right about that. I got to think about that, CPO Sharky. I don't like, you know why it upsets me? They call what I'm doing pumping and dumping. What they're doing is dumping. The pumping comes in when the smiling faces go see the CEO and get him to sign a toxic deal. I don't know. I'm sick of that term, pump and dump. I also think a couple of stocks in our recent experience were, in fact, whether intentionally or not, behaved like pump and dumps. But I'm not trying to pump and dump. So, all right, CPO Sharky. I'll try not to respond to that again. Well, Senior Butts McGee, 20 to 30 cents, I think. Okay, I'll do logic. HNRC, I read it off to you. That's my range, too. And I bought a small amount in a small account this morning for 36 cents. Like a genius. Well, you know, Moody Waters, Anthony Piscata, I saw him last night on not personally. I was impressed with him. So maybe there is an interesting discovery. Only 3 key people, that would be Wes, Anthony Piscata, and Meyer Lansky. Meyer Lansky knows about it. Pete Panagiotis. Worst case in MMTLP, they'll reverse the trades. They'll just say, give you your money back. That's a terrible solution, by the way. I think there'll be lawsuit city. But worst case, you'll get your money back. And a coupon to Disneyland. I don't know. I made that up. Or free trading in your Merrill Lynch account for the next year. But no, worst case, you're going to get your money back. They can't take your money. They took your money. They got to complete the trade. So your question is, do you think you'll get paid? I guess it depends on what you mean by paid. I think they're going to come to a settlement. But what I'm hearing is that I'm wrong, and I'm putting 2 and 2 together. What they may do is a reverse Dutch auction. They may come out and say, all right, we're going to pay everybody that wants it. We'll pay you $5 just share. And a bunch of people scurry in. And then they find out only, 10 million shares get bought that way. Next time they say, all right, we'll pay $10 a share. And they get some more. And they may do it that way, sort of an auction in reverse. I'm also hearing, which is against everything I've said, I think they might open trading for 2 days. I think that's fraught with risks for you, because you can't put the momentum back. You can't put the time in a bottle. You can't go back there. But, you might be able to set up a reasonable facsimile of what was going to happen for 2 days. On the other hand, they might put some provisions in there that don't work to your favor. But I'm hearing those two things. I still stick by my guns that there's no lawyers who are going to sign off on those, and that the only real way to do this is come to the table with a big settlement. I mean, I can show you what I think should happen. I haven't done a video. I did it early on. There's 165 million real shares. 165 million. They were given from the DTC. They were given to American Stock Transfer, or the mechanisms the other way around. And the broker dealers transferred 165 million real shares to AST. Now, I'm hearing all sorts of things that don't make sense to me, that the brokers now want people to transfer 500,000 shares. Where there's smoke, there's fire. Maybe that's true. But basically, this is where we stand. 165 million real shares at the DTCC. The broker-dealers transferred out of their customer accounts. They received those 165 million shares as a distribution. They transferred them to the AST, the American Stock Transfer, because there was a request there. The short, the counterfeit shares, might be $1 billion plus. Sorry, I don't need that. The counterfeit shares might be 1 billion shares. That's the rumors. But if, for the sake of this argument, we just keep it simple, and I got to do let's leave out Roth Capital. Let's just leave out Roth Capital. So let's say there's only sorry, I'm terrible at arithmetic. Let's say there's 335 million, not a billion. 335. These are approximate. Counterfeit shares. Okay? There's fake shares. That's basically 2 fake shares for every 1 real share. These have already been allocated. So everything that's left in your accounts are fake. So what I think the answer is, and it's just so blindingly obvious that that's why no one does it, is here are your parties. You've got your parties. You've got Nexbridge, hydrocarbons. You got MMAT. You've got prime broker, the market makers where the crime originated, the LLCs, the criminal LLCs, they work in together. You've got the broker dealers, and you've got you. First, MMAT did everything they're supposed to do. They distributed the shares of NextBridge to the DTC, or it goes to the transfer, whatever, how the mechanics are. But they distributed 165 million. They did it. They've done all they've done. And they did nothing wrong, by the way. They didn't, so that's done. They have no role to play anymore. I mean, they have some investors. They have no role to play. There is debt back and forth, which concerns me. But in this subject, they have nothing to do anymore. NextBridge issued that 165 million shares. They have nothing to do with it anymore. Nothing. Some of you went in here, but you're sitting with 335 million shares. Where you're supposed to get you're entitled to one share of NextBridge at a ratio of 1/165 million. That's your deal. But you're sitting here naked. And they halted trading. They took away the short squeeze from you. But there are no shares that exist. So the whole system's ground to a halt. But so you're still spinning in this thing. The prime broker, and there's probably more than one, but the market makers and the LLCs, in my judgment, work together. These are the criminals. These are the short sellers. They got caught out. They got caught out as well. They sold, in this example, 335 million shares over probably years. When it was Torchlight recently, but let's say that they sold that for an average price of $3. So at the prime broker is sitting $1 billion. $1 billion. It should be. Now I'm leaving out all the shenanigans they can play to use one LLC to close out a trade, take that profit, and then have another LLC bag the prime broker and do it over and over again. Let's leave that all out. But there's a prime broker in this example, and I think this is a low number, with $1 billion in cash sitting there. There's 335 million shares that you're still short. These guys have signed various agreements with the prime broker. Their assets might be on the line, but they don't want to go to Yale. They do not want to go to Yale. They don't want discovery. And then the broker dealers are going to play Little Miss Muffet. They're going to pretend they're innocent. They're going to pretend they're innocent. I don't know if it's going to fly. But they have an obligation to you too. All right, so my solution, let's get these two guys out of here. Let's get some of this out of here. My solution is NextBridge Hydrocarbons has a capitalization of 500 million shares. They've obviously allocated 165 million. Remember, I'm leaving out Roth Capital. So they have 335 million shares, which authorized, unissued, they could issue. They're not going to do it for free. There's $1 billion over here. These guys are criminals and they're on the hook. They don't want discovery. And the broker-dealers are complicit. And you're sitting here, you deserve 165 millionth of a share for each share of MMTLP you have. You deserve that going into this new company. We have to bring one other factor in here at the risk of screwing this up. What is the value of NextBridge per share right now? What is the value? The big boys put on the internet, they won't accept less than $600 per share. Is that true? Pecos Bill will tell me I've lost my mind, but I calculated $106 per share. And he will rightly point out, we don't have enough data to even come up with this. But I did a wild wag assessment. The other value that's out there is what the shorts pushed it down to, $2.87. No one's going to settle for that. And then there's what the system's trying to get you to think, panic, be upset with. There's the return your money number, maybe $6, $7, $8. There's let's be reasonable number, $5, $10, $15. There's some number in between here that might be where it falls out. But I remind you, I made this call last year. I don't want to bore you with the calculation, but I thought I was really conservative. But Bill Pecos Bill, can give you line and number. You've got all sorts of issues. You've got to develop the project. You've got to prove it up further. You've got to figure out what your lifting costs are. You've got to find out how much water comes out as you produce these deeper zones. You even have to figure out how, the volumetrics of those. There's so many things. But I will remind you, since then, they drilled 5 additional wells that were successful. They also announced, and I wish I could remember right now, it's either 3,600 or 36,000, doesn't matter, whatever it is, shallow wells they can drill. These are hugely important because they're not expensive to drill. Should a company who acquires them want to develop cash flow right away, it's a huge advantage. That's been announced since I came up with that. The other thing I want to point out is if a buyer comes in, let's say it's Exxon. I'm not saying it would be. ExxonMobil. I'm not saying it would be. To me, it'd be more like an Apache or a Carrizo or a Contango or something. But if it's something like Exxon or Chevron, Exxon can pay in shares. It could be 1-for-1 to get to this number in shares. It won't hurt Exxon to put out 335 million shares. What do they get for it? They can go to their conferences. I'm going to get rid of all of this. They can go to their conferences and say, we just acquired let's say it's Exxon. We just acquired 140,000 acres in a new field discovery. We have the science. We have I don't know what, they're not producing. If they were producing, anyway, they have wells that they can run their analysis off that are discoveries. They have discovery wells. They have the original geologist. They can go and acquire other acreage or farm in or farm out, depending on what they want to do. They have, I'm going to go with a higher number now. It's probably more than this. They have 4 billion barrels of oil. 4 billion barrels of oil, which is a huge on North American continent that can grow. We've only just begun. So 4 billion. There's all manner of ways you have to discount that. There's four. I don't want to bore you, but there's the 4 P's, and you don't. Anyway, the fact is they can go to presentations, and they don't have to develop it for 10 years if they don't want to. But they can say they have 4 billion barrels added to their reserves. It'll be risked, and it'll have a present value. They'll have their engineers look at it. I don't want to go through it because, frankly, I'm not an oil and gas reservoir engineer. I can just say enough to confuse the situation. They have 7 TCF of gas. 7 TCF. It's a nice number. And they have water disposal wells. And they have water. That's valuable. This makes it worth Exxon issuing, in my example, 335 million shares. But let's not, I went off on a tangent. It's an accretive investment. They do not have to prove it false right away. They can have it on their books as a project they're going to do in the future. And investors, institutional investors go, oh, that's great. Anyway, that's why an Exxon would buy it. All right, let's go back to what the solution is, I think. And I'm going to start out with a number which might be low, but you've got FINRA, useless. You got the SEC, useless. So forget them. You've got NextBridge over here that's done its job, hasn't done anything wrong. But NextBridge has to get on about its business. That means it needs to raise money. It needs to fulfill its lease obligations. They want to move quickly to develop the property so they can sell it. It's highly unlikely they'll be in here long term, but who knows? Everything has a price. There's loans outstanding. So they got to get moving along. And remember, there's lawyers involved, and lawyers can sue anybody anytime and freeze everything up. So NextBridge, what's in NextBridge's interest? NextBridge wants to develop the properties. Nextbridge wants to get on about life, and Nextbridge may want to acquire more leases. They may want to have other ideas they want to acquire. They may want to be, whether it's these principles or they sell it, Nextbridge may want to be a viable, booming, thriving oil and gas exploration and production company. Well, one of the dynamics that's going on in the oil and gas business, after Goldman Sachs and Ken Griffin and all these other criminals, in my judgment, got finished with killing the over-the-counter markets, there is no capital formation in the oil and gas business publicly anymore unless you go to hedge funds. That's it. And banks. That's it. You might have friends and family or put your own money up to start with, but you got to go to these funds. There is a little bit of, there's mergers and acquisitions and things like that. But basically, banks lend on reserves and on cash flow, and hedge funds do too. They are highly restrictive of where you can put the drill bit. They're highly restrictive on what you can do with your cash flow, all the way to the point that you have to drink Bud Light on the well site. I'm being facetious, but the point is ESG. All these things, and so true oil men get constricted because the brainiacs that have shiny shoes, red socks, a ring on their pinky, and they all went to the same school and attended the same fraternity, they're all geniuses because they manage money, and they say these guys don't know how. Well, for all of those reasons, Nextbridge would breathe a sigh of relief to be a fully funded company. Now, the number I'm going to use, I'm debating. I'm going to use $400 a share. I think that's low. I could use $600 or $1,000, but I'm going to use $400 a share. That's the settlement number. Everyone in the virtual marketplace, I might change this, by the way, as we go. Everyone in the virtual marketplace, in a virtual conference room, FINRA, SEC, lawyers, and maybe judges, I'll leave that out, have to come together and agree on this. But remember, you down here, you are entitled to 1/165 millionth of Nextbridge per share. Well, the fact is, if in this settlement, Nextbridge issues 3-1 to make up for this, your value has to be 3-1 to get back to this valuation. And even as you do that, it's an ever expand. It's hard to ever make it match up exactly. So I'm starting with 400. We'll see how that works out. So what I see is 400 times 335 million times 400 equals it equals $134 billion. And I think this is a low settlement. $134 billion. $134 billion settlement. Where does that come from, you say? Well, remember on the first page when I had it, it was maybe $1 billion is all that's in the prime broker's account. The rest is going to have to come from the prime broker. The prime broker will fall. You should be buying puts on any prime broker. Buy puts on it. That takes care of $1 billion, maybe, and then the criminals have signed contracts, and the market makers, that won't be very much money, but they'll go after them. Then the broker dealers, where your fake shares reside, they owe that money. So this money is mostly going to come from the broker dealers. But they're going to say, hey, we're innocent. Oh, nah. They shouldn't have bought it. It was fraud. Nah. That's why they went to FINRA in the first place. So who ultimately pays this? The DTCC. How big is the DTCC? Last year, I don't know what it is now. 80 trillion. 80 trillion. So this number of 134 billion, 80 trillion. It's not a no-see-um. Maybe it's not even a mosquito. Maybe it's a horsefly, but it's just a flick. Flick it away, and we'll get on with our business. So ultimately, the DTCC pays this. Okay, out of the $400, I said that you were entitled originally. This is my numbers, and again, I think the highly entertaining to me. I don't know if he is to you, but highly intelligent and highly sober analysis done by Pecos Bill would be better than mine. But it's my examples, so I'm going to use my price. I think down here, this was equal to $100 to you. That's what I think. That one at this, back in December, I think it was worth $100 to you. $100 per share. You can argue, debate. It's just a number. So up here, I think at least of this number, $300 per share, maybe plus, per share should go to NextBridge to get NextBridge to issue, $335 million shares. $300 times 335 million is $100 billion. A little bit more. $100 billion should go to NextBridge to issue 335 million shares. What does that do for NextBridge? Let's look at what it does for NextBridge. What it does for NextBridge, it makes this the most exciting oil and gas company in North America, maybe in the world. They don't have to follow the woke agenda. They don't have to follow ESG. They can put the drill bit wherever they want. They can acquire. This becomes, I think they should change their name to, I don't know, Hunt Oil and Gas or Getty Oil and Gas. This becomes the next dynamic sweetheart, darling of all institutions. They get $100 billion. So they get, to start with, it's actually 100.5. So they get 100 6.5 billion. They get more money than Croesus. They issued 335 million shares. Okay, what do you get? You get one share in NextBridge. So now I'm going to erase all of this again. You see what NextBridge gets. They get $100 billion. That's kick-ass. That is kick-ass. That's what's in it for NextBridge. They're free to do what they want. The settlement, that is $100 billion. The settlement, in this case, is 134 billion. Okay. I'm going to just, you see what's in it for NextBridge. What's in it for you? Well, originally I told you, in my judgment, your shares were worth 100. Please, I really mean it. Pico's Bill, his analysis is far superior to mine. He hasn't said what the value is, but I have a feeling it's probably 1/5. That's my estimation of what when I listened to him. He hasn't said it. I bet it's 1/5 of my number. But anyway, it's my example, and you can adjust it as you may. Well, originally you were going to get $100 value per share. Well, that was based on 165 million shares existing. Now there's 3 shares existing for every what was going to be 1. So that's why I think NextBridge needed to be paid $300, because if you get 1 share of NextBridge, that's what you're going to get. You're going to get 1 share of NextBridge hydrocarbons in my example. But instead of being worth $100, and I'm being very rough, it's worth $300 now. So the dilution is made up for. Your 1 share of NextBridge goes into a company worth $100 billion in cash and the oil in the ground. So your 1 share is worth $300. That's my attempt to make you whole on your dilution. Further, I think NextBridge should be required to distribute to you $100 a share. $100 a share to you. To all shares. Not just to you. All shares. So that's a big distribution. That would cut into their cash. But they would still have a massive amount of cash left. But maybe this is the wrong number. Maybe it's $50. Heck, I bet a lot of you'd be happy with $10. But my point is they have to make a cash distribution to you. Okay, what's in it for the lawyers? This is the part that's going to make you sick. $34 billion goes to the lawyers to shut up and go away. Great job, you're smart. Get out of here. They got $34 billion. Makes me sick. What's in it for the market makers and the LLCs? The criminals? They're going to lose everything they have. They might be banned from the business. They might lose their homes. They might not lose what's offshore, but they're going to lose everything they have. But what's in it for them? No discovery. No jail. No Yale. No Yale for the criminals. That's going to piss you guys off. But settlements are that way. You're not going to like it all. So what they get is they get to breathe the same air the rest of us are. They get to fly anywhere they want. They get to open a coffee shop. That's what's in it for the criminals. What's in it for the lawyers is billions and billions of dollars. They get to be Peter Angelos. That number would probably be reduced by some costs, other transaction costs that I can't even imagine. What's in it for FINRA? They can slink home. What's in it for the SEC? They can go back to sleep. What's in it for Wall Street in general? There are no journalists. But the journalist ceases. It's over. And they can move on with life. And then finally, the only other player in there that I left out right now, two players, the prime broker and the broker-dealer, plural. I think there's many prime brokers, but I think one or two prime brokers are going to go down. Can't help that. But the principals won't go to jail, and the principals won't have discovery. But I think this will kill one or two prime brokers. Such is life. Broker-dealers, there's 105 of them. I bet there's only 2 or 3 that are really crooked. So the broker-dealers will be able to settle the trades, settle up, go on with life, no discovery, and they will be held harmless. Beyond whatever cash portion agreed that they have to put up. It's going to cost them dollars, but legally they'll be held harmless. And no Yale. Nobody goes to jail. And they get to say everyone will agree that they didn't commit securities fraud and they did the best job they could. That's what it's in for the broker-dealers. But it's going to shake. Make no mistake about it. This will destroy a prime broker or two, and it'll shake the system in broker-dealers. That's my solution. Now, why do I think that's better? And by the way, $400 might be too low. Maybe it should be $1,000. Then you got a big problem. But why do I think that should be it as opposed to all the other solutions? Because all the other solutions you're not going to get a sign-off on. All the other solutions, if lawyers are involved, it could become $1 trillion problem. It could become a multiple $1 trillion problem. You also, all the parties that I showed you could go to jail. Also, it could still threaten the entire financial system. This inoculates the system. It gets it accomplished now. Nextbridge could be in trouble if this goes the legal route because lawyers will sue them. They shouldn't, but they will, and that'll be hard to raise money then. I'll leave MMAT out of it. What's in it for you is a huge the payday you deserve. You still don't get the squeeze. That's unfortunate, because maybe you would get $1,000 a share. And by the way, the settlement might be $1,000 a share instead of $400. But I don't think it'll. Personally, I don't think it should be $20. So that's my solution. Well, here's my best Karl Rove analysis of the Democratic presidential campaign coming up. The winner will be here. I'm not going to read it out loud. Jay Ingram, I don't know when it's going to take place, because I think Maximum Pain, and maybe I'll do a video on it, I should, just so it's out there separately. But maximum pain has to be felt by all parties, and it hasn't happened yet. They're still listening to lawyers. They have to stop. There has to be a leader out there. One of the, I don't know who. Maybe the president of one of the prime brokers has to just call everybody. She has to say, let's get everyone around a table. This is the framework for a solution. It's going to be like, mob bosses getting together. But that's the solution. If you open it up for trading, lawsuit city, there's no way to make that satisfy everybody, in my judgment. If you do gray market trading, how do you protect the interests of everybody? You might sell at $5, and then other people say, no, I want 500. Well, how do they make sure you have the same information that an oil and gas man has? It's not fair. There would be lawsuits. So I don't see it going that way. If they try to settle this returning your money, I think you're going to have lawsuits from here to kingdom come. So anyway, that's my solution. I don't know that it'll ever happen. But you notice I put a big payday in it for the lawyers because they're geniuses. And they need to be paid. They exist. They need to be paid. There's Fist Me Song. You all are getting nothing and will be happy with it. That's not true. I mean, that's apropos nothing. The minimum people will get is their money back, and they won't be happy with it. And by the way, your compatriots, wherever they hid their money, in this modern day, they're going to lose everything. Yeah, I'd like 400. So this provocateur is asking how, with all sorts of pride and peacock feathers, he's proud of his RICO work. How does GTII look today? Well, it's down 7 cents on 727,000 shares, closed at 162. Low volume compared to recent days. using, I'm sure, offshore accounts, many LLCs, and crooked market makers over the last 2.5 years, criminals have been able to sell this stock down. How does it look to you? You got players in Switzerland calling the company to try to cover 19 million shares they're short. How long do you think they're going to carry that position in an increased regulatory environment? You've got knuckleheads like you calling an elderly woman at a nursing home, panicking her to sell 3 million shares, and she's got dementia. But hey, you don't care. You've got Treno Mine that's going to add as much as 80 billion. I scarce believe that number, but I heard it the other day. $80 billion to the book value of GTII. I'm sure you can short that into oblivion. I'm sure you're all powerful. You've got 1-800 law firm, bunch of lawyers, brings 100 million in revenue, 30 million in income. I'm sure you can short that down. You've got the dividend here that you can't deliver, which even at $1.62 is going to cost you $50 million to buy in if the stock doesn't go up. I'm sure you can afford that. And you got the FBI on your ass. And you've got the FBI investigating not only the decayed trade at Westpac, but Alpine and all their crookedness. You've got courts going after Alpine, your main prime broker, although there's others up. There's Vision up in Connecticut. I'm sure you can move your criming up there. The West Christian lawsuit, you're not going to be able to settle that. You know, I know you settled with OTC lawyers for an amicable settlement. I'm not sure it was the lawyer that wanted to do that, by the way. And everybody signed and said, hey, nobody did anything wrong. West Christian's not going to do that. It's going to go to discovery, boy. It's going to discovery. They're going to find out. And discovery now, offshore, schmoffshore, hidden emails, hidden phone numbers, throwaway phones, secret codes. It's all going to out. It's all going to out. So rather than gloating about keeping the stock down 7 cents, I think you maybe should be cutting a deal, because RICO charges aren't fun, and the first people to cut a deal get the best deal. So I wouldn't be gloating. There's going to be other special distributions. There's going to be a distribution of the lawsuit proceeds on upstream in blockchain that the broker-dealers can't deliver. I don't know. I'd rather be long than short. But then again, everyone wants to be tall instead of short. Short isn't popular. And I think your braggadocio and bravado, it's going to backfire on you this time. So enjoy it. I do give credit to you and Kurt Kramer and to Alpine and whoever it is in Switzerland. You guys have been amazing for 2.5 years. You have just been able to sell, and one of you promised that. I don't care how many shares you bought, you said on Twitter, we can sell more. And sure enough, you've done that. You should be proud, and I hope you enjoy it. I really hope you enjoy it, and I hope you have enjoyed it. Oyster dinners, trips, big homes, rings for your wife. I hope you've had a blast. And I hope you're doing it to other companies. And that finally you're sated. You have all the money you need. I hope you achieve that. But guess what? This time, you didn't run into this community. You didn't run into the people that stand strong. This time for you, hell is coming to breakfast. You're not going to get out of this one. Just not going to get out of it. You can bluster, FUD, continue to do the only thing you know how to do. It must get boring, but you're not going to get out of this one. So I think GTI, to answer your question, I think GTII performed brilliantly today. You guys crossed 138,000 shares fraudulently at $1.52, and the stock closed up from that number at 162. Massive. We're not talking about fundamental news like COSM signed a contract or HNS has a new education platform, the kind of things that you can short because no one really understands what all that means. We're talking about news coming that's going to simply, because remember, with all the counterfeit shares you're selling and all the fraudulent securities fraud you're committing, those shares don't exist. The cap table is clean. Everything you're doing is not the responsibility of the company. Everything. All the other companies, it gets confusing because you get them into these notes, and then there's this toxic conversion, and so no investor can figure out what the denominator is. But in this case, none of that, all of that's irrelevant. The only thing that's relevant is how many shares are outstanding at GTII. And I'll just for fun, I have no idea. Let's say they pay enough shares to Trento Mines to acquire it, so that all of the outstanding shares are 1 billion shares. They're not going to you. They're going to be restricted, and they're held as restricted shares for a year or two until Trento Mines floats. It's an incubator, remember. It's almost like a SPAC. Trento Mines goes kind of public, it floats. The shares come back to GTII. That you never get your hands on them, ever. And GTII keeps 5, 10, 15% of the company. But anyway, let's just go with a number of 1 billion shares, let's say, is outstanding. I heard, Karl Rove again, I heard that the Trento mine is worth $80 billion, pal. $80 billion. I heard that the Trento mine will be in production. Let me use a different word you might understand. Cash flow positive in a big way. Big way, cash flow positive. Exiting quarter 4 of this year. You can understand that. So can people buying on the street. So that's 80 billion. I've also heard that GTII is going to buy 100% of it. I've heard it's not only lithium. I don't know the chemical symbol, but it's nitrogen or something like that. I don't know. And I think copper. But there's more than one item for sale. That's all what I've heard, but let's just be really conservative. instead of saying 80 billion, let's say it's worth 20 billion. All right, it's only, oh, I left some zeros out. Let's say it's only worth 20 billion. And let's say that GTII only buys 50%, not 100%. Okay? You're with me so far, aren't you? I mean, this is up your bailiwick. You do all sorts of financial analysis of companies. I know you do. I mean, you have to know to keep selling all the time. Just sell, sell, sell. Get them to sign a contract and just sell, sell. If the news is bad, sell, sell, sell. If the news is good, sell, sell, sell. If there's no news, sell, 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 sell. If there's a business plan, sell, 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 sell. I mean, that's got to take a lot of work out of you. But you learn your analytical skills. So anyway, let's just say it's $20 billion. Let's say they only buy 50%. So in the ground, let's say it's $10 billion. That's a B. $10 billion of value that is acquired by GTII. Let's say it's this week or next week. All right, let's say it's 1 billion shares outstanding. Because remember, this company, the denominator hasn't been destroyed by you and your ilk. So you got 1 billion shares, $10 billion. I need a little help with that. Let me just think what that arithmetic is. 10 billion divided by 1 billion. I guess if I can cross out all these zeros and all these zeros, it's 10 divided by 1. It's $10 per share, pal. One day you're going to wake up and you're going to find $10 per share book value. I made these numbers up, but remember I took 20% of the high number, took 50%, I took half of the ownership number. $10 a share? And you're going to be able to short it? Well, I'm not as scared. I'm not as scared of this. I think the action today in GTII was excellent. Everyone is holding firm. You haven't broken apart the troops. The company continues to work hard to catch you out. And this Trento mine, if it happens, kaboom. So thanks for the question. You guys are the greatest. Someday when I'm walking down the street and some people are crowded around ready to do some harm, one of you is going to show up and say. One time I was in New Jersey. I was young and I spent the summer at the Jersey Shore, but I was, young and awkward. I was well, I probably was, but I didn't consider myself a bathing beauty. And I certainly wasn't a big, football player or anything like that. But anyway, on the beach, one of my friends, there were 3 of us roomed in this house upstairs, and there was a 4th roommate, a guy named Carl, who had a girlfriend, Robin, Rockin' Robin, we called her. She was really rockin' Robin. But anyway, the the football player was a big guy, Carl. He was, to get in the doors in this, it was an old house, he would have to turn sideways. He couldn't go, and he'd have to duck. and all of his shirts were sliced on the arms, and um, he was a good-hearted guy, and he left me with his girlfriend one weekend, which took all control on my part. But I considered him a friend. And anyway, one party I was invited to by this guy that looked like James Caan, and I didn't know that well, but he was a friend of my friend. And anyway, we all became friends. His name was Al. Could almost get most. He went to Delaware, and I think he was from Philadelphia. But anyway, he was, what all women want: handsome, looked like James Caan, curly hair, tan. But he invited me to, and I think he lifeguarded. He invited me to a lifeguards party, or somebody did. So I showed up with my other friend, who spoke in this fake Scottish accent, and wore sunglasses. He was a fencer, so he was a spry athlete, but he wasn't a lifeguard, and neither was I. So I show up. I think I was a little bit early, and lifeguards can be real dacks. And there was this one Weasley. He's probably grew up to be Gary Gensler. There was this one Weasley lifeguard that, while I was at the inside at the bar, and then we went outside where all the girl lifeguards were, in their skinny bikinis and everything. And I'm just milling around. I barely know anyone. I have my beer. This guy comes up to me. It's a scene out of a movie. And he punches my chest. He's got some other lifeguards around him. And, what are you doing here? Why are you here? Well, you don't belong here. You're not a lifeguard. And I said, hey, I was invited. And then I got, I was getting angry at this, and but I didn't know what I was going to do. There was somewhere between 4 and 7 of them at various stages around me in a semicircle, and this guy's provoking, and he's a real dweeb. He had seen me out at when we go out to the various bars. So I'm standing there, and this is getting to the point where I'm going to have to fight him. And I don't know how to fight. This was not going to end in a pretty way. And we're standing there, anger rising, harassment rising, and all of a sudden I feel this clump on my left shoulder, and a presence stand up next to me. And it's this friend, Carl, who was a pro football player for the Detroit Lions, and he was just taking the summer off. He had been drafted. He comes up, boom. Hey, Bill. How are you, Bill? Do you need any help here? And these little weasels, they all looked up at him. Oh, Carl, is he a friend of yours? He's a friend of yours? They scurried away like rats when the light goes on in the kitchen. I don't know why I brought up that subject, but I just remembered it. Yeah, I had a girlfriend once. Really, I did. Really, I did. But don't ask her. Don't ask her about it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, moody. I try to be. if I, you got to be honest with yourself. We all make mistakes. We all wish we had done certain things differently. And if you don't feel that way, you haven't lived long enough, in my judgment. I'm just checking to see if Ham wrote anything to put a coda on this live stream, because the hamster is the man. You know what Ham's going to do? You want to know what Ham's going to do? Wow. I like that. I'm going to retweet it. No, it's politics. I better not retweet it. I'm not going to read it. Okay, so this is what Ham wrote 2 hours ago, responding to Drew Diligence. Force them to show their hands. It's all over pretty soon. Either give the data or tell us why you won't. MMTLP. It will end soon. That was Ham's post. And then he retweeted my tweet. GTII. This is that big one that you guys pointed out to me. GTII. This is a wash. Fake cross. That's great. I'm going to like that. Avid Trader put up a post. He's the man too. And then Ham wrote, those be my last one I read of Ham's. 3 hours ago, he said, run away from the U.S. equity markets. It's all fraud. Never put a penny into a stock. That's great. That is great. I'm going to retweet that one. So what time is it? 6:28. I know it's good to have big friends, isn't it, Joel? My boss at one of the firms, he always he hired these big brokers. He always had them around him. But you know what? Big guys like to have big friends too. So it's not. Oh God, my legs, my ankles, everything. It's not just everybody needs a big friend. Joss B. Real Estate. So anyway, I think I'll quit at 6:30 on the dot. And I appreciate everyone being here. Oh, I was going to tell you what Ham's going to do. Ham is going to get, if he can, and I think he can, he is going to try to get CV Payne to put on his show Anna, Queen of Trades. And I think it's genius. I think Anna would do a great job. We'll see if it happens. You never know. Never know. Yeah, good friends are great too, Joel. And I always find that most, like someone told me today, I find that most people are good. And you know, lawyers, my sister, who is a lawyer, used to tell me, she always told me down deep, lawyers are good too. 6 feet under. Okay, it's 6:30. So I'm going to take this opportunity to say peace, love, and happiness. Cheers. And catch you on the flip side. All right, good night.